Hello. It is time. It is time. Hello test. Okay. All right. I'm not doing air drag, but there's good stuff. There's good stuff that I have to reopen. Here it is. I'm actually going to start with this one because I actually don't... Yeah, I don't think I showed this on stream. I think this was my own... I actually did research for once. That's a big thing. I actually did research for once when I said I was going to do it on my own. This was really cool. And I want to show this. In fact, I'll actually save that for lunch. But basically, these guys, they're doing like a Half-Life, like a fan game, Half-Life 3 or something. It's super Half-Life. You can see the crowbar. They have the gravity gun, physics gun, I can't remember what it's called. And they've got a full, like, mesh drag calculation thing. I think it's maybe a little bit complicated. I think they kind of got lost in the sauce here with equations, to be real. There's no need, I think. There could not possibly be a need to have an equation this large in a paper. This one's really bad. This is 6 different equations. Or sorry, 6 terms of a single equation. A little ridiculous. And this is all passed into b, which is a function. Or is that multiplied? Actually, maybe that's just a multiplier. The thing is, they go through all of this, and then they say, we don't use this. That's the funny thing. They go through all of this and say, though physically correct, we don't use this value in our models. Instead, we approximate it using something different. And then they don't even show an equation for that. I think they just show like the dot product of 2 vectors is what they say. It's crazy. Anyway. If this is what they made here, and this is kind of the other thing, this pillow effect, they don't demonstrate. They do like a really bad job of like explaining what they mean. They don't mean this. They don't mean the turbulence bound. They mean like this like small piece right here in front of it that is like pushing air around it. Right. There's also something that I need to get that I'll have to go through. I want to know speed of sound. In meters per second. 343 meters per second, apparently. So, once you start reaching higher speeds, higher velocities, the speed of sound has a meaning in terms of, like, whether or not you receive, I guess, the suction effect of lift. Which, when traveling at low speeds, like maybe 100 meters per second, the time that you travel is enough time for particles that you've pushed out of the way and create like a pure vacuum behind you, for air molecules to come back in there and like collide with the back of your body and I guess essentially reduce in a way the amount of lift that you actually receive. Because I think part of I think my idea for modeling it in that way of saying here's a low pressure region, and that just means you're still receiving a push from air on that side, you're just receiving less of a push, and it's more the effect that the air that hit you in the amount of time that you moved plus just the ambient air pressure if you're at low speed, relatively low speed, has also hit you. And at higher speeds, there's less of that, so it's kind of like you get the motion of, I guess there's like this ambient pressure thing, right? You get the lift and the drag generated by just pushing it into the molecules, but you also get the fact that air is always pushing in on you everywhere, and that when you're moving at those speeds, that lower pressure above you actually means, I mean, it's not really right to call it a suck. I mean, I guess it is kind of right to actually call it a suction effect. That lower pressure means there's an overall push on the atmosphere that lifts you into that low pressure area, which I think means that there's something called the Reynolds number, something about the ratio of your velocity to the speed of sound in the medium that you're in has some effect somewhere, which I don't know. Either way, more research, but this has been done, demonstrated in real time, and I think it's really, really cool. This looks really good, but I'll show it later. So with that demonstrated, I'm actually not going to do it because there's actually a lot. There's probably a lot there. I basically need to create a whole new body. Or some kind of, not even a character controller. It'd have to be, I probably at this point would need like just a rigid body, just have these forces, like air friction, or maybe there's just some central system that I go to and I say, hey, tell me, I don't know, what am I thinking of? I'm thinking of basically passing in your mesh, or I guess more like your collision mesh, not your visual mesh. You would just pass in the collision meshes. And it would probably create like a convex hull out of that. It's really good for convex shapes. It's not so good for shapes that are more complicated, which have concavity. Once you have that, you need to go down to a mesh level. I would have to go to every single triangle individually, which is what they do. They calculate this for every single triangle. Let me find... Here's their diagram. I feel like they might go in a bit of an overcomplicated way, to be honest. Because they're talking about integrations, which is why you end up with these symbols in an equation that probably doesn't need it because it's a triangle. But oh well. Yeah, I mean, that's probably part of it too. Like, I know that they have the integration. The concept is that they need to know how much force is applying on this strip of the triangle, how much force is applying on this strip of the triangle, and then they're computing an average force all across the entire triangle, which will come out to a linear and an angular force together. But it's a triangle. Like, the math, you don't need to integrate over that, I think. I think there's just a very good simplification they could have done, and they did not have to go into integration hell. I mean, I guess maybe this is the solution for it, right? Like, this is, like, I don't know. I'll have to read this more. Maybe this is like how they solve the integration there. But it's kind of crazy. All right, that's for later. I am definitely starting on making making the robot have a physical skeleton. Yep. So all I've got right now is just working on that. Okay. Close all. Close that. I do a quick check on these. I don't have any overrides. What's going on here? I need to bring that back. I do still have an issue with the stop friction pulling me a little weird. But for now I think that's fine. I feel like I'm going up that way too fast. What's up with that? Walk slope effect? At this I just feel like that's not working. I think that's just not working. Oh, did I actually cut that out? Oh, here it is. Desired incline effect. Alright, let me just walk up the slope and see. Because it's definitely wrong. I feel like I suddenly like gain speed when I go up this. Yeah, I definitely think I'm gaining speed going up this. Also, there's a local up. Oh. It's not running into this at all, so I was right. Okay. So... Wait, if not force ground movement? Oh, that's gotta be a mistake. How long has that been like that? I'm sure that's meant to be force ground movement and not the other way around. I gotta change which one of these is pinned. I'm sure that's just the wrong line, and I don't know. Now I want to know why I changed it like that. What? I added that? Okay, funny. So that was just wrong. It should be if force ground movement is probably what it should say. But that's really weird that I did that and then I didn't notice. But why is this here? I don't think this is right. Force the controller to project desired velocity onto the ground, or if in the air, remove any vertical component and reproject to lateral movement. Yeah, okay, no, that I do understand that now. Yeah, it is just supposed to be like that. That actually does make sense. All right. Great. And then that's like probably way too fast. I don't know, maybe I just... Decline speed bonus. Can I set this to be negative? Will that work? No, it just ignores it. It has to be greater than 1. I'll just make it smaller. Oh, there we go. Now I'm not like totally flying over the stairs. I think probably what I do is... I probably... Steps. I think it is just like I set it to the walk speed when I go on the steps. If I'm on a collider that says steps, then I set my speed to walk speed. Right. Why does this happen? Why is it not pushing it? Odd. I don't know, it seems wrong. I'll just leave it. Are these marked projectile? Yeah, I guess they should be on dynamic world. I think my idea with that is that it was meant to say these are things you can step on, but I think the real problem is just that friction is not applying correctly between the two, which is why it is strange. Nice. How much mass do these have? I think these have quite a bit of mass. 4 kilograms. Okay. I'm messing around too much. Ah, yes. That number went from 3 point tons of 9s of 1/6 to 3 point tons of 9s and a 2. Like 4 can be represented exactly in any precision because it's a power of 2 integer. It's just crazy. Um. Uh. One second. 2 point. Point 2 can be represented, man. Why are you doing that? You can represent 0.2, you can represent 0.1. Both those numbers are precise. Like, really? Really? 0.1? Oh, you... Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Can't represent those. I don't get it. Is it storing it? No, because it can. Wait, is this rounding? I actually don't understand, because I thought that 0.3 actually can't be represented. Because I see these repeating values. Really? I don't understand. .125 can be, though. Cool. All right. Um, uh, all right. I can finally start. On the physical skeleton. So this is saying that, but then I don't really need a script in the first place. Yeah, because it doesn't do anything. So I don't know. Do I just... Okay, let me go to documentation here, because I don't remember if I can just delete that or what. Okay, I guess I should just have the thing anyway. Um, I don't like also calling it plugin because then it's confusing. It's like, which plugin? Whoops, whoops. But I guess I'll just do it. Hi, Yulia. Guess I just copy that. Physical skeleton extends node. Okay. I will do icon, I think. How's your Friday? It's good so far, I guess. Oh, every one of those guys who like follow it all at once just to see the bar fill up, unfollow it immediately. And I actually couldn't be happier about it. How about you? How's your Friday? Or is your Friday over? I'm actually not sure what time of day it would be for you. What time of day is it for you? Wait, what? I want to use... Use existing? Okay, whatever. Add split view. And can we just search? Just search. I just want to search. I just want to search. I just want to search. Okay, I can't do that. Still. I was hoping maybe they would unlock that. I could like type in an editor icon and it would use that. Module icons? Oh. But there's a folder. I can look at the folder for this. Where are the icons? I'll find it. Maybe I won't find it. Oh, I think they just embedded it in the engine, so I actually have to go to the source files. I thought they would just be like a folder on Steam, but no, I actually have to go to the source files. Okay. Suffering, my internet sucks today. It's super windy. Oh man. That sucks. I was asking what time of day is it for you? Actually, could I be a skeleton modifier? Am I allowed to do skeleton modifier? I am. This node should be used to implement 4 p.m. Oh, cool. Okay. All right. So if I actually can just, I'll just move this back over here. Those guys who followed yesterday just to like reach the number unfollowed immediately. I don't know if you heard. I'm assuming you were just you just dropped out. Where am I trying to go? Skeleton modifier, manual. Getting manual. Sorry, what? The people who followed yesterday all at the same time, all unfollowed. How many were there? Well, it was 4. But I was saying, I'm actually really glad that they did, because they didn't care. They literally did not care in the first place. It was either the first or second message was just, I want to see what happens when the bar fills up. Nothing happens. The bar fills up. That's it. Wow, what is that? I mean, this is probably incorrect. Why is process written so many times here? What is this line? Deferred process. It probably is different people, but yeah, it was just, I mean, I think it's just weird. Like they actually were going to like a person zoo kind of thing. Could they have made this a little less large? Because having to... like... yeah, like they could have made this 2/3 the size, I think. Yeah, that actually fits the whole screen. Cool. Thing is, some of those accounts are like really old too. There's like a 10-year-old account that followed. Stop Killing Games California version passed. I read a bit of it. So every game starting production in January 2027 must either offer an offline patch or full refund if the game shuts if the game shuts down. Wait, I was at this slide. Well, it's more like you gotta be honest, the games industry is just like, at least the people who are like at the top are in it purely for their own monetary gain. And also, I think they're just not very intelligent as well. If they were intelligent, then they would be making good games, because they would realize that the game is meant to be fun and art and like human as well. They don't make them fun. They don't treat them as art, and they make them very unhuman. So I would say any money that they could have spent on avoiding this, they didn't. They spent on like an expensive dinner for themselves. Is what happened. Or they spent it all on a gacha game. Like that's or it's the case where those people like, wow, making games is super non-profitable because they can just fail. And they don't realize why it's failing. They just think there's like, you're like playing a slot machine if you get a good game or not. Especially then, they really do make unique games. Unless in Pokemon. Those are Call of Duty Factor. Yeah, they have been really good at doing that. I think it was like Super Mario Odyssey. The city, I guess like the end of the city level. I was like, wow, dude, they made a game here. It was so good. Like I could say that like made me feel about the same as like beating Halo CE. It was like on the same level, I think. All right, should I even be looking at this? Because this, like, technically this is out of date. This is like 2 years out of date, and they've been working on a lot. But I mean, it is the current way that things are running. Like this matches, process modification. Oh yeah, you should be doing Delta instead. Should do things like get the skeleton 3D's current pose and apply the pose here. Must not apply influence to bone poses because it automatically applies influence to all set by the modifier. Maybe called outside with 0. Okay. Okay, I just gotta read through this so I can, because I'm assuming this is roughly the same. Deprecated but not remove some of the pose override functionality. I'm just gonna read it. Wait, really? Putting the animation tree in a different place changes it? Is this a Node 3D? Yes. Okay. Is executed by the parent of the skeleton 3D? That's not. That doesn't seem correct. Skeleton 3D modifies, calls it. It's going to be the same order as the order that. Let me check this. Physics. Okay. All right. So scene tree process goes into animation mixer, sets the bone pose, it sets some flags. Mixer applied. I think it doesn't do anything. Then skeleton 3D is processed. So first of all, these are actually the wrong way around. I can't remember. I thought process goes to the deeply nested one first, runs that, and then goes up, so that the parent has access to a processed child. Find modifiers uses get child to find all of these. Okay, so it gets these in this order, right, and they come back. And then I'm pretty sure. Oh, okay. No, I see. So then the process is actually called on here, on these, and then I guess any other node that's a child. Other node, any method without modified pose. Okay, weird way to say it, but get bone global pose, force update all dirty bones. So that obtains this. The animation mixer bone pose is what they get. Right. So skeleton 3D is still processing. Right? Or is this the point when it comes in and says, and this launches off this one? No, I don't understand. Force update all. Okay, whatever. Process modification is called on here. Runs. I can obtain the bone global pose. I can set the bone pose. Modification process, we resolve. This obtains a modified pose. Okay. Does that. Skeleton updated. This one can obtain with modified pose, right? By calling get global pose. Set transform changed. What is this one? Rendering server. Yeah. Yeah, and then restore. Okay. So it saves the current unmodified state, but after animation mixer. And then it restores that after all modifications are run. But just before it does that, it sends that information to the render server. Okay, that actually still matches what I saw. I was looking at the code, and this is exactly what the code does right now. It runs through all the modifiers. You have to use skeleton updated. I don't think it's even called skeleton updated anymore. I feel like that's not. Is it what it's called? Okay, yeah, it is still called skeleton updated. All right. So this matches the code that I looked at recently. That hasn't been updated since. So this is actually all the same. So that's cool. Good to know. And yeah, if you want to obtain the final modified pose, the pose that is going to be sent to be rendered, you have to listen to this signal because it restores. It undoes all the modifications, basically, after that call. Or after that signal. So whenever you process, you're going to get... you're going to get whatever the pose is from the animation mixer. I'm assuming. All right, cool. And part of what I'm doing here is I'm not actually updating. When I run my, okay, so I think I am going to make this a modifier. What I'm really doing with the modifier is I just want to know the bone poses. Post IK. So I can do something to match my, well, actually, I guess what it really is that the IK tells me, here's where I want to send the skeleton to. And then I would say, all right, let's move. I would move the joints, right? Right. So the skeleton is like the skeleton is the target. And then I have joints that are floating in free space that I have to use motors and springs and things like that to match them to that skeleton. But otherwise, I'm not actually modifying the skeleton. I'm just reading the pose. Cool indeed. Yeah, that's nice. And then I don't technically have to use a signal. I can just... it will call me. So it should be... I'm assuming that's going to be better than using a signal. Well, the modifier in the latter product cannot enter the original pose? What do you mean? can consider it as required basically. Subnautica 2 early access, 2 million in 12 hours. Yeah, that's crazy. I was just looking at that. I saw a lot of reviews that were complaining about the terms of service, but like every single point I saw in the terms of service, I have seen that in everything else. So I'm kind of confused. It seems like this keeps happening where people finally read a terms of service for the first time ever and they realize all the ridiculous unenforceable stuff that they put in there. And then they complain about it, and then it's like, dude, this is everything. Every game has this. Every game you've ever liked has that. Every website you've ever visited has that. Every service you've ever paid for, every subscription, like literally everything has all of that. I remember what it was for. And the funny thing is, especially with games, I feel like it's just kind of stupid. Okay, first of all, it's stupid. So they're right about that. But second of all, it's in every game, and I don't think you should be reviewing a game based on a terms of service written by someone who doesn't know what a video game is. That also can't even be enforced in the first place, because enforcing it would be obviously bad for the game. Or just, like, literally not legally enforceable on the person you're trying to enforce it on, because it's, like, in a different country or a different state, and that state is just, like, no. Because there's like clauses typically that say like, oh, if you have a complaint, you have to do it underneath our legal system, and that's actually just not true. That's literally not true. It's like I go into someone's house and say, if you want me out of your house, you have to come make a complaint at my house. No, literally not true. So a lot of that crap is just still sitting in like busted up terms of service, and it's never ever enforced by anyone. It's never challenged either because they never try to enforce it. It's just a bunch of stupid stuff. Anyway, I got distracted. What I was going to say is that apparently they have a clause that says you're not allowed to live stream the game. You're not allowed to record yourself playing the game and upload it. You're not allowed to make money off of recording yourself playing the game. And that's just not true. They can't enforce that. And if they tried to, there would be backlash and they would change their mind immediately. So it's just stupid stuff. It's just like, I think it's, again, people realizing like the first time they've ever read a terms of service and they see all the stupid stuff written in it. That's weird. All games have that. So many games say that. Mostly for games where the developer is not the person who wrote the terms of service. When it is the case, they always have an FAQ, can I upload videos of me playing the game? And they say, yes, you can, because that's a genuine thing that is in so many terms of services that nobody even pays attention to anyway, that they have to put it on their website to say, yes, please record yourself playing our game. Because every single terms of service says it. But again, nobody pays. Like, I'm pretty sure Minecraft had that for a bit. I think I would believe that for a short time, Minecraft had that kind of thing where you're not allowed to record yourself playing the game. I think like almost every Call of Duty was like that. You're not allowed to record yourself or upload footage of the game. They don't enforce it. I could be wrong about all that, but I, like, simply for the fact that so many games will have, like, a website, and on the website, they have an FAQ or a content policy page, which is just answering your question, like, yes, you're allowed to record yourself playing the game. The reason they have to say that is because so many other places do that. Or it's more like they try to claim ownership of your gameplay. which is also not, they can't do that. You can't claim ownership of someone else's gameplay. Because it's not a movie. It's a game. Every frame is basically generated on your computer from your input. I mean, it is. It definitely is. Like anyone who's ever written a terms of service, they don't come up with it themselves. They go look at others' terms of service and they just rephrase it. I mean, that's like the only way you can write one, is to look at someone else's terms of service of a company that is very financially successful. So you assume they put a lot of money into writing that, and that it's good. But I'll have to do one of those. I'm gonna write it myself. I'm gonna make it really simple. Don't resell my game, please. That's like all I gotta say. Don't resell the game. I own the logo. You can't take my logo and use it for your thing. It's like... There's even been laws that are like, hey guys, these terms of service are getting so complicated, nobody can read them, you gotta make them simpler. What takes is a new one to read out TOS and blow up. Yeah. Thought they hire a lawyer for this. Well, yeah. But that lawyer writes it by copying existing ones. I mean, that's just how, like, law works in general. Like, most law is based on what happened before, what was challenged before, and what was the result of that, is how it works. Also, there's even, like, a question, like, there's honestly, I think, like, a real legal question in general, like, are terms of service enforceable anyway? Because they're kind of, I think they kind of have no real basis in actual law anyway. They just started writing them. And pretty much they, like, the thing is, terms of service can't create laws. They can't change how a law is enforced. They're really just there to say, we know the law, or we think we know the law. I think it's mostly appropriate for, like, I mean, it doesn't work. Is the thing. I think it really is kind of like meaningless. I was going to say user-generated content. There's maybe a basis there for saying if you play our game and create content for our game, then we can resell that. But I think even that's never really been challenged, ever. Like, if I were to go to a level editor for a game and make a world, and it's a paid game, and they took the level that I made and they put it into a DLC, a paid DLC. The question is, do I have a right to profits from that DLC? And I would say yes, because you created content for it. But like I said, I think it's never been challenged properly. If it has, I'd like to see it. I'd like to see the guy... I like to see the person who went to court and, like, got paid for content that they made for a game that the game then resold. Because in all honesty, it's the individual and the company are not, like, one is not more equal than the other, right? If they made a game with a tool, that tool would have a basis to demand revenue from the game. If I play a game and I make something and they sell it, I have a basis to demand revenue from that. They can't just say, ooh, it's ours, and push you out. It's not like they're going to look at the piece of paper and say, oh, well, obviously you entered a contract, even though there's no signature. This is obviously a legally binding it's not. It's obviously a legally binding contract, and they said that you work for free for them, and they can't pay you. Is kind of what that is. And they're entitled to benefit off of anything you do. I mean, I guess they are, but you're also entitled to benefit as well. I don't know. That's the way it should be. And I can't think of any time when any of that stuff has like been truly legally challenged. In fact, almost every time, I feel like I've definitely heard more times where the terms of service, the clause is thrown out, and then suddenly it disappears from everything. Like, oh, we can't say that anymore because it doesn't work. I mean, ultimately, the point of it is just to like try to gain as much power as you can, is really the point of it. Because then it's like they're putting the effort onto you to challenge it. They said, oh, you click the agree button. If it's the other way around, then it's like, okay, now they actually probably have to go after you and claim that they have a right to own whatever you made. Mechanic Nintendo was claiming their first is powered. Oh yeah. The Dark Soul 2 fan mod entitled to it first. I mean, a lot of that stuff is like, I think it is scummy to like attempt it, but at the same time, you don't know the law until it's enforced. Right? That's kind of the case. It's not a law unless it's enforced. As soon as a basis exists for or against it, then people can be sure. So on the one hand, I think it's dumb that they were like trying to own a concept in that way. But on the other hand, I guess it's good that it gets challenged. All right, I've been totally distracted. They really should have had someone review this blog post. Minimal usage of new lines. Bare minimum. And this is just ridiculous. Hit enter, man. Just please, somebody use the enter key on your keyboard. when you're writing code. Also, just for English, if your custom skeleton modifier 3 can specify multiple bones and you want to manage the amounts separately for each bone, it makes sense that adding the amount properties for each bone to your custom modifier. That adding the amount properties to add the amount property, like, it's just, this half of the sentence just needs to be like rewritten entirely. And I don't think I don't care about that. I mean, technically it doesn't have to be a modifier in the first place. It could just be attached as a signal listener. It could just listen to the signal from the skeleton. But it also still feels nice to just be able to add it to the skeleton to say, here it is, and then I don't have to configure anything at that point. There's less to configure. This can be called with a 0. Modification should be processed immediately after initialization. All right, I'm going to make it a skeleton modifier 3D. Skeleton profile. It does have to be a tool. And then I would have to set I think I have to reload otherwise this isn't loaded in. Okay. Yeah, I think what I wanted is probably just to have like a button on here that I could click. That would create these attachment points. I'm trying to think about how I want to set this up. Because it would be nice if it could sort of create the basis of all of these. Like it would look at each bone and no, I think I just have it do exactly what Crawler does right now. It goes through all of these and pulls them out. Is all that this should do. Which I think is all on this one. So I'll just cut this. I need to make sure I do that. Should it be enter tree? Okay, so this should be ready instead. In fact, I think what I really want to do is I want to do just process modification with delta. And just keep track of like an initialization value. Which is just false initially. I'll call it set up body joints. Should put this after. I'll actually just do it like this. Okay. Well, also the task is should be changed. This is I'll just call it that, that's fine. Okay, so I think what I'm really looking for is, yeah, I have to find bone attachments, specifically a modifier bone target 3D. Are these modifiers? They are. Um, okay, I think then this has to go beneath those. It has to go at the end. So what I'm doing is I'm looking for any sibling bone attachments. I'll just store the skeleton. Also have to take the main body, which which the main body I guess the main body is the first parent. Yeah, I think I'll just do this. So I'll find the main body. I'll write a method. It should be rigid body. Let me see if there's something like this. Because I feel like this is kind of a common... This feels like a common thing that you'd want to do. Find a parent. Finds the first ancestor of this whose name matches pattern. Okay, so that doesn't work. That's fine. Not is ready. It would have to be like say this. Nah. Nah. Okay. So then I would have to go through yeah, I think what I'm doing is for now I'm just going to read in the scene tree and operate from the scene tree. But what I would like to do is to probably have some kind of a button that I can press, because you can make buttons appear up here. So I would make a button that when I click it, it would go through, it would find the first IK, or I guess maybe every IK, obtain the list of settings, and copy those values into existing joints. And if a joint doesn't exist, it will create a joint and assign it those values. It'll create a body and a joint for the bone. Or maybe those would be two different buttons. One would be like create physical skeleton, and the other one would be update update joints, update joint parameters. I think the update joint parameters is definitely one that I'm gonna put in there, but I don't really need a button to make it. I'm fine just setting it myself. I'm only gonna have one of these. I guess not really. I was gonna say they're gonna be scaled versions, but you can't scale shapes like that. Alright, so I guess I have a button for both, but I'll get there when I get there. That button will do something when I get there to it, when I get to it. So yeah, I'll just start with an export. Export, tool button, text. Create IK joint bodies, and then I don't know, some kind of icon here. I might just use the physical bone modifier. Copy transform modifier. So like that, off the method. I'll put it up here at the top. Update. Update IK. I guess it'll be like update joints. Okay, so I click it. Oh. Do I just have to do this? Cool. Okay. Alright, buttons are there. They do nothing for now. So I'm just going to run through all the existing bodies and I'm just going to move them out to the main. I'm just going to do exactly what this is doing. So I have to get sibling bone attachments. The joints will work by I'm looking at their nodes, and if I'm missing a node, so if I'm missing node B, which should be its own self, if I'm missing node B, I set it to itself. If I'm missing node A, I set it to... If I'm missing node A, I have to load that node first. These could be in like weird orders. This one is actually connected to femur, so it actually load. But if I'm missing either one of those, I have to specifically load that one. So what I'm going to say is I'm going to say I have joint data. I will have an array of joints, which is a joint 3D to joint data. And I'll say load joint body or load joint data. I guess get joint data. If it doesn't exist, it will have to locate it and find it. Basically, this is just so that I can load them as I go and go up the tree and go through the tree in any order. So I might hit this one, and this one connects to this one, and I would say, I would be missing that node, so I'd say, all right, we have to load this one. We have to make it or load it. If it doesn't exist, then I'm attaching to main body. Otherwise, yeah, I'm obtaining this bone's parent, and I have to find that one's body. Okay. Locate modifier bone target. Have to get all the siblings, so it's like get okay, what do I have for that? There's add sibling. Alright, whatever, I guess I have to do good. Modifier bone target. Okay, what is the difference between these? There's bone target, and then there was apply transform to the bone, which copied from reference. What the hell is that sentence? Apply the copied transform of the bone to a different bone. This is also not bone attachment 3. Selects a bone and skeleton 3D and attaches to it. Will either dynamically copy or override. Okay, so those are the differences. Actually, I guess I can actually just run get children. Oh, no. I do actually have to run find children. Not recursive. Own. Okay. So I have to go through these. That will obtain all of this. And then I only care about ones that have rigid bodies. For target and attachments. Maybe I should say, like, I expect the first child. Well, first of all, they have to have a bone. So let me see what I can get. I can get the bone index. So that's probably preferred. cannot use it if it doesn't have that. And then it needs to have a rigid body as a child. So should I say it's the first child? No child is at the index, returns null and an error is generated. I mean, I guess I could just load any. No, I think if there is a rigid body child, there has to be exactly one. I can't have more than one. Because node A is the parent and node B is itself. If more than one exists, then that means there's two bodies attached to the same bone, which will just collide with each other, and that just doesn't make sense. And they would be both doing the same thing. And I think there I'm just gonna hit return. I could probably load in all these settings for here. Because part of it is that if okay, no, I think for now I'm going to say if I find a body without a joint in it, then it's also invalid. I'm not going to worry about doing anything with like checking IK. I'm just loading what is set up. And I think what I might say is I might say like load attachment or something. Yeah, I have the attachment here. I will say, yeah, I'm going to make this a method. But I do have to have a return. So this needs to give me something. What does this give me? I think this has to give me... I'm going to change these to generic. I think this has to give me... Does it have to give me this? All right, let me think about how I would process this before I even load it. How would I process this? I would have a list of these joints, and the joint data has to tell me which bone I'm reading from. Yeah, it's got to tell me that. It does have to tell me the bone that I'm looking for. Because I would go through each of these keys, I'd get its data. I would iterate the keys. I guess, I don't know, is there a way to like iterate both? I don't know. I'd iterate, have the key in the key and this. Why do I have it keyed like that? So I could look it up. Why would I want to look it up like that? I guess for this purpose, I might come back later from 4succeeded and say, hey, can you give me the joint data? But maybe I provide the joint data. I think I actually provide the joint data. So maybe instead this is just an array instead of a map. But if it's an array, then the joint has to be stored here. So then I would just provide joint data and not even joint. Why did I want a map? I don't think I need the map. I think I really don't need a map. Because I'm just iterating how I'm processing it is I would iterate through the list, get the bone ID. I would get the bone ID, I'd get the joint, I wouldn't even really care about the bodies, but I would get the joint, the bone, I read the bone, I update the joint. And I would just kind of really not care at that point. Okay. So it's just going to be joint data, and joint data is actually going to contain all of it. There we go. So what I'll say is this will return a joint data. I guess I'll call it like make. Make joint data from bone target. And then all this goes down here. Make joint from bone target. But I do want it to have a failure condition. I guess I could just return an empty one. Can I make a constant? Is not a constant expression. I guess I could do that. And then just do like an equals invalid. Sure. Okay. that. Okay. So then here's the case where I get one of these joints and one of the nodes is missing. Then I can say, all right, well, node B is obvious, it's just itself, but node A is going to be the parent. So we'll go in and search to see if there's an attachment that has that bone ID of its parent. And if that's missing, then it will just assume it's attached to the main body and then set it as the main body like that. What is it called? A modifier bone target. Yeah. I think I could probably just save this at the top, right? So I can just say, let me check this. Arrays are always passed by reference, right? Good. Okay. And I do that. And then I find no attachment. For that bone, I return null. Okay. I'll see that. Do that too, and then up here. I ignore those ones. If it's an invalid joint, I stop. Here I just continue if it wasn't valid. Okay. I'll be right back. I forgot something. Quick second, I'll be right back. I'm back. Was, oh yeah. Okay. I am standing now. I gotta fix that. Okay. Are they forward joint? We should stop right away. And then I think what I do here is, I don't want to move anything around until I definitely have everything. So I'll say, do I do this? Kind of what I'm looking for is, well, it's possible that a body is referencing joint data that already exists. So if that's the case, if that's the case, where would I know that? I guess I wouldn't know that. Well, at the very least, okay. At the very least, joint data does not reference other joint data. It doesn't do that. What I'm looking for is to specifically... Why did I think I need to do that? I guess I don't really have to do that. It's more like if I find a joint that doesn't have that, then I need to seek out a rigid body node. Yeah, so I actually would have to create it then. I would actually have to create it. So if I find one that doesn't have it, like remember the wind making my reception crappy? It caused a blackout. That's really bad. Dang. It's weird to hear because in my area, it is excessively windy. A lot. It's like almost every day. It could even get so bad that like if it's trash day, all the cans are blown over and trash is like everywhere. I guess where I'm going with that is, it's like, it's weird how just infrastructure in one place can handle an environment that would like totally obliterate infrastructure somewhere else. It was like Texas, they got like, it got cold or there was some snow, and everything was over. It was over. And then there's parts of the world that is like constantly below freezing, and they always have power and everything's fine. I'm not like I can't say that's like, you know, a fault. It's more just like engineering is about designing for what you expect to happen. Doing anything extra is just expensive and you're not really getting any value out of that. You're kind of just wasting time. I just find it interesting when that happens. There was this is probably like a Veritasium video where they like miscalculated wind forces. I guess in that case it actually was a mistake. But they were constructing a tall building and they miscalculated wind forces, and it was like positive that the building would like topple in within like 100 years or something. Just like cool engineering stuff. Look at the care enough to actually fix it fast. We can spend a whole day in a blackout. I mean, yeah, it gets to a point where there's like so many people that you kind of have to deal with it. And I'm sure they even have like a book. Something bad happened, find the page that tells you how to fix it, kind of thing. I would assume in wind, it's probably just like a structure broke and it was really easy to correct. Like, I'd assume if it was that fast, it's probably on the level of like, take the plug out and put a different one in, kind of thing. Or maybe not. I mean, maybe it was corrected in the sense that they're pulling power from somewhere else. Which is good that that's an option as well. I mean, if that's the case, that's probably exactly what happened. If it was that fast, that's probably what happened. They are able to just pull power from some other location. Wasn't it at night? This is my last. Yeah, it was about an hour. That would be after all of that. So yeah, this is still just loading joint data. So I have the joint, and then I need to locate the bodies for it. So I get the joint, I can check joint B. I guess I can kind of assume, what would node I guess it would be an empty path. Get path to own body. Yeah, I'm still doing this like formatting stuff, but then I've actually forgotten to format it. $33 commits behind. Every day for most apps I open lately, this is so silly. I know it's AI bloat that I should update. I can't help but update. Like you don't update or you shouldn't? That I should not update, yeah. Yeah, dude, update, like, live updates are... certain types of software. Godot is one of them, sadly. I am actually like, I don't want to update it because I can almost certainly expect a bug. Instantly. Like, if it was rolled out to like a test group, they would have found it immediately, kind of stuff. Attachment. Name. For bone. Within rigid body. Body name. Okay. Why is that percent sign different? It is a percent sign, right? Yeah, okay, it understands it there. I'll just do this then. Okay. Push warning. Just gonna copy this. Attachment for bone. Or Godot, let's put it with AS slop. What? I don't know yet. Just Emulator 2 caused issues lately that the maintainer are begging people to stop submitting it. Yeah. I mean, I guess I don't know if like Godot is getting flooded with commits, like pull requests. Oh, also I noticed something. I don't know, I just thought it was cool because it means we're geez, it would be proposals. Who's this guy? Was it here? Wait, is it closed? It was like kinematic. It was here, right? It was broad face? I'm trying to figure out where this was. Okay, I can't find it. I'll look for it. Either way, the guy who I think made it was, I realized, an active Godot streamer on Twitch, which was really cool. Because I thought their icon and name were familiar, but I was like, oh, I probably just recognize it because I've seen them on another issue. They're actually a streamer, and I think they rated me before. Maybe, maybe not. I just thought of that, and I like realized it yesterday when I was doing more research. I was like, oh, that's actually really cool. So what is this? Attachment for bone. As the joints node B. The joints node B. Yeah, bone body, and then just that twice. An invalid joint. Um, if it doesn't exist, it set it to that one. If it does exist, it must be equal to that one. Okay, then I'm good. And then I look for node, the A node. If we don't have a node A, then I want to find the parent bone of this one and find the attachment. So skeleton, get bone parent, bone index. And then if it's the root, it would return -1. Then I just assume it should be attaching to the parent node. So I'll say bone joint node A will be equal to bone joint get path to main body. Otherwise, I obtain joint data. I guess what I do is I actually search. Yeah, I search the existing joint data to see if it's in there. So I'll do this. In fact, I actually won't do that. I'll just provide loaded joins. Okay. So we'll handle the search. This could return an invalid joint. I also return invalid joint if it's bad. If not, joint data. So it doesn't exist with this one, with this parent. What would happen here? This would go in here, we find an attachment, and we make it. And then it should make it, really. It'll go up the list until it finds... It would go up the list until it finds one that is either fully set up or the node A points to this. So I only do this if there's no node A and it has a parent bone. If I get null, do the same thing here. it will attach to that one. And I guess you could say like this. So if I have a joint data, node A will be get path to that body. It will be attached to that body. Yes. Good. So there's that setup. If it doesn't have one, and then if it does have one, then I think I'm kind of done, right? If it points to a body, that body has to... I have to... Okay, so... Should I do it like this? Yeah, if not. Otherwise, I need to, like, verify. Node B must be attached to itself. Ensure the target node is a rigid body 3D and has already been loaded. Otherwise, load it now. Okay. Get node A. Do I already have a check like that? No. Yeah, this is where I'm checking it. It's not a rigid body 3D. This is a problem. Has the joints node A assigned to a body? The joints node A must be a rigid body 3D. So it's not a rigid body, that's a problem. And then what I have to do is I need to find if there's a rigid body. I need to find I need to find the rigid body's parent. Does it have to be... Okay, if it's the main body, that's fine. If the joint target is a main body, then we're okay, right? it's not the main body, then we do all this stuff. Okay. This is such an annoying setup. Whatever, I kind of have to write it this way. Yeah, I kind of have to write it out this way, don't I? Why does it provide an empty path? It generates an error. Okay. If the joint target is not the main body, I gotta do some checks. And then I need to see if it's been loaded or not. I don't want to write a method for it. Is there like an easy way to do this? I guess I think what I do is I check that. Yeah, I think it is. I get its parent. Its parent has to be an attachment. And then... Well, actually, no, I guess not, right? No, it has to be an attachment. I get its parent. If the parent is not an attachment... Assigned to rigid body 3D, whose parent is not a... It's not a modifier bone target 3D. Must be a rigid body. You see someone trying to pitch the EU. Is AI slop engine as the EU engine? What? No. Also, I haven't even really been on YouTube very much. I kind of only look at gameplay right now. Or only been watching stuff that I'm subscribed to. I'm assuming it's just funny. Yeah. Sounds like it. So now I know its parent is a modifier bone target. That modifier bone target skeleton has to be the same skeleton, so... me write it like this. Seems a bit better. Yeah, because then I can actually do that. One target name, the skeleton. Okay. Okay, so I can be sure that it is one of these, and the skeleton is the same skeleton. Otherwise, we would have errored. So now we're good. Okay. So we have the modifier bone target. We have that, and basically what I'm going to say is... make joint data for bone target. Honestly, probably what I do at the start is I do a check here. If not target. Return a valid joint. And I say... do a test here. Turn that joint. Okay. So then I have a node A. To ensure it's loaded, I will say... Actually, no. I do the test down here. If I find that it's not in there, then I have to load it. Test if this target is already loaded. If I find it, I guess I say... if the joint target is not loaded, then I have to load it here. Um, I should just be calling it. Yeah, actually, I should just be calling it. No, that doesn't say. That doesn't say that. If it doesn't exist, then it's a failure, right? Yeah, this is a failure if it doesn't exist. Assigned to rigid body. Failed when failed when trying to create joint data for it. Okay, we've loaded it, we add it. And then that's that for this one. Okay, so it's got nodes. It has a parent body. Yeah, let me copy everything that I need here. The bone joint. I guess you have to get like the parent body. If it doesn't exist, I get the bone parent. If that's it, I set it to main body, and I say parent body. Oh, no, I just kind of get it from here now, actually. Yeah, then if it does exist, it has to be a rigid body. Actually, maybe what I do is I just check... No, because the target would be a rigid body, right? Then I have to verify that it's actually a valid layout and then load the target. Okay. All right. So the parent, I have the joint, I have the body, the bone ID. I should have everything now, right? Okay. And then the relative transforms. So this is supposed to be the transform that this body takes on when so the bones rest pose maps to this transform. Trying to think about how I'd be processing it so I know how to store this transform. Is it relative? Is it just relative to the bone? Is it relative to the rigid body transforms are all going to be global space transforms. So what I would like to do is to compare the I guess what I have to do is I have to get a quaternion interpolation. So I would say, what is the quaternion from my basis to the bone's global pose basis, right? Okay, so then I want oh, so do I even need that then? Do I even need the transform relatives? Maybe I don't need it like that. Oh no, I think it's the transform. Yeah. It's supposed to be the transform relative to the joint. Transform relative body. Well, I know that this should be... this, right? So this will inversely transform the body by the joint. So now I have a transform that is A transform that tells me where the body should be relative to the joint. Do I need to know the parent? I don't know if I even need to know the parent. No, I think I do. So this tells me how to orient the body. What is it more for? This is more for orienting the body relative to the joint. And then I also have to orient the body relative to the parent of the joint. But also the joint is actually nested. Do I pull the joints out? Yeah, I leave the joints. I leave the joints on the bodies. Okay, so this tells me. I think what I want to do is I want to say this like as the local pose. So when I get the local pose, dang. Okay, let me go look at this, I guess, and see what these joints do. Right, these are joint 3Ds. What? Oh, okay. Local ref A, local ref B for jolt joint 3D. Before I do that, let me just check there's no code here. Okay, good. So what I'm looking for is I think this one is, yeah, all it does I think is it just creates it. It just makes the constraint that doesn't actually do anything. Shift reference frames. Shift the reference phrase. Local ref A origin. It already has local ref A. Okay, what's local ref A? Of course, it's created with it. So I already have this one open. Do you want to make generic? Local A, local B. Local A is body A's affine inverse. Inverse my transform, and local B is my transform. Oh. And then if there's a body B, local B is affine inverse my transform. Okay, so that's what I'm going to start with, I guess. Which is weird, but sure. Okay. Its body, affine inverse, multiplied by my global transform. And that's really all this was for. Honestly, it was all just so I could do that because I need to be able to see that because I need to apply corrections that Jolt will not apply for me. I need to make things super duper rigid. Physics process should also be... Oh man, I can't remember. Is physics process before or after? Well, either way, what I do is I read in velocities, and I ensure that those velocities won't push the thing away from its parent too far. In like a long bone chain, it might be harder to do that. I mean, I guess not, because then I can just start from the top and just make sure. And I'd be able to keep track of like an overall transform that's applying for a bone chain. Yeah, okay. I'm pretty sure, okay, I'm pretty sure this is actually happening after integrate forces. I think this is after. I think the physics server ticks, the physics server updates, and then we call physics process. Let me find out. It's not this one. Yeah, it's not this one. Alright, I guess I have to find it. There's a specific thing that I'm looking for. I'm looking for... here. Okay, whatever. Body state changed. Set state sync callback. State sync callback. Set state sync callback. What? Set state sync callback. What? It has to exist somewhere. Where does it exist? Ah, it was inline for some silly reason. State sync callback equals state sync callback. Okay. As state sync callback. Call queries. Flush queries. Sync flush queries. Does sync call step? Physics process is after queries. I'm kind of assuming these are the same thing. Physics server 3D sync. Sync just sets doing sync to true. Physics server 2D. I don't know. It's physics server. Okay, but no, that's this one. Sync. Doing sync equals true. Okay, let me find here where this calls step. Is it at the end? Exit true break. If physics process, I guess this is if there's a bug. This returns true. So physics process happens, and then the physics, and then we step. Okay. So query, physics process, step. Okay. So kind of the problem there is that I would actually like to do some correction after this step, is what I want to do. Is it possible? Is it possible I can get into the step part? There's pre-step and post-step. I want to do it in, it would be in a post-step if that's an option. What is contact listener? Flush contacts. Flush area exits, flush area enters. Body 1 add contact. Area shape entered. Okay. Oh, but it's actually inside of the update. Hang on. Physics system update. Dang. Settings. What am I trying to do? I basically want to have like a constraint at the end before update finishes that fixes positions. And we'll do some callbacks. That's what I'm really looking for. Is there anything there that I could do? But it has to be before that happens too. Add a step listener. Remove step listener. Do listeners get called somewhere in here? Step listeners. But I would like it to happen after everything is moved. Is it in the order that this list does it? Start next step. Remove dependencies. What's with the add? Like, is there an add dependency? Okay. Linear limit. Linear limit. What does it create? Creates a 6. Okay. The combined point constraint part of all axes are fixed. So an axis constraint part, translation constraint part. Okay. I want to see exactly how it applies this. Because I hope that it is just... It actually really does it. And not like... It sort of tries, but not too hard to try. Looking for position constraints here. They use the point constraint. Otherwise, I'm doing... What is the point constraint part? It is just called a point constraint part. Which, what does it do? Solve position constraint. Okay, so I'm assuming separation is just how far away what? The distance from body 2, or I guess the relative, yeah, a vector pointing from body 1 to body 2. And then adding R1, R2. I guess R2, R1 is like what the vector should be. Adding that? No, it'd have to be like the other way around. How does it even know a rotation? There's like a setup position constraint or something, because it has these axes that it needs to have saved. Okay, man, I guess what I'm doing is I'm getting... Dang. I don't know until after it's been moved and constrained. This also doesn't seem to have... This does have effective mass, but that doesn't mean anything. Okay, the problem that I have is that I want to kind of come in here during this step. I want to say, how far do we have to move? What is that force being applied, right? What force is it taking to correct this? And if it exceeds a force, I say break the constraint and then don't do the position correction. Or I guess I apply that force as a velocity change. I don't correct the position, but then I apply the braking force to a velocity change. So that when you're pulling things apart, if it's because they have a high sudden acceleration to each other, then the force that you have to apply has to exceed the braking force, and then all of that force that was spent braking it is now kind of taken up in braking it, and then any leftover force is what is used to send it flying off or something. So, I mean, I don't know, maybe what I'm really looking for here is just, I would need something custom. I need like a breakable constraint. It has a maximum force. When it exceeds that maximum force, it will it would have to change the velocity. Right? It would have to change the velocity. First of all, it would break the constraint, so somehow I need to come out and say, stop doing position and velocity constraints. And then I would also have to skip this and kind of like I would remove the constraint from the simulation, basically. But is that possible? I don't know. I guess I also want it to be possible to break a motor, so maybe it wasn't enough to remove the joint, but maybe it had some impact force that makes the motor useless now. So let's get like a lazy leg. It's still attached, but it can't move it. Like, how do I do all that? It's lunchtime. All right. I'm going to think about it. I'll be right back. I am back. I've got food and I'm going to eat. And I've already watched this, but I want to share it because I just think it's really cool. One thing I don't really know for sure is if I'll say it when we get to it.
Hey everyone, and welcome to this Project Borealis developer update.
That intro's so
Today,
loud.
we'll be focusing on the wind and air drag features we briefly demonstrated in the last update. We'll go into more detail about how the features work and how we're thinking about applying them to our gameplay design concepts. For this update, we figured we should let the primary developer of this feature, Dan Toshkin, explain it in his own words.
Hi there, I'm excited to share some new information with you about the wind and air drag systems the programming team has been working on. Let's start with air drag. Development of this feature began with the need for a linear damping system to integrate with our physics interactions. Unreal Engine includes a system for this by default, but after initial tests we determined that it wasn't up to the high standards set by Half-Life 2. Objects thrown with our gravity gun were flying further than we wanted, and while we could have solved this with a simple calculation, the flight path of an object would still ignore its shape, rotation and surface area, leading to unrealistic results. In true Half-Life spirit, we wanted to do better, to create a realistic physics simulation that could live up to player expectations. Now, there's a reason that games don't usually have realistic air drag effects, and that's performance. Air drag is described by fluid dynamics, which is notoriously difficult to simulate accurately in real time, especially when you have objects with dozens or hundreds of surfaces. This means, for the time being at least, you're not gonna see a game simulating multiple objects totally accurately in real time. Luckily, there's a way around this. Games don't need to achieve simulator-grade accuracy. They only need to be good enough to look realistic. To do this, we still need some solid physics underpinning our systems. So with some background knowledge and additional research, we developed a model that we think is a good compromise between performance and realism. The model simulates drag on every face of an object, which means all shapes have unique aerodynamic properties. As it stands, only static meshes are supported while we await new destructible mesh interfaces coming with Unreal's chaos physics that are currently in development at Epic Games. As we said, our model simulates air drag on every triangle of an object's mesh. To get the most efficiency out of this, an additional model was developed for cube-shaped objects. In contrast to the first model, this second simulation mode makes the assumption that the object being simulated is a cube. This effectively halves the number of necessary calculations for cube-shaped objects and enables even more realistic behavior. While the underlying physics are still fluid dynamics, it is much easier to predict drag forces on a cube compared to a more complex shape. In both models, it is even possible to see complex real-world behaviors such as the Magnus effect, making it possible, for example, to throw a curveball with the gravity gun where the ball is making an arc solely due to its rotation and forward velocity. Compared to the default Unreal Engine implementation, our models consider that the velocity of incoming air isn't constant across the surface being simulated, and we can change the surface velocity profile for each object. We also consider that different angles of attack produce different surface velocity profiles, that the rotation of the body contributes to the drag differently for each face, and that each face rotates around its own local axis, which also creates drag, which in turn changes depending on the axis the face is rotating around and its shape. That's a lot of technical details to take in. So, what's the final result of all this? Well, we think it looks really cool. For every shape, there's an orientation in which the experienced air drag is minimal. This is the orientation the object will gravitate towards when it's falling from the sky or when thrown with the gravity gun. An oddly thrown object will thus try to orient itself in this aerodynamic position, which looks super realistic in practice and has a lot of potential for new gameplay mechanics. Other shapes can be taken advantage of as well, like propellers, which can natively produce lift when spun due to air drag forces on the rotating blades.
This one. So from what I understand, a lift force is partially just created by running into the air pushing you up. So if you have a plane like this, going this way into the air is going to hit and it'll lift up, right? However, a lot of, at least as like for airplanes, that's not enough. There's an additional force caused by pressure differences that amplify the lift effect. So it's not just pushing into it and you go up. It's also pushing into it and creating the vacuum behind the blade. That lifts things up. Or maybe I don't understand it well enough, because I looked at diagrams for pressure stresses, I guess. And it seems like most of the lift is created at the very front of a wing. Like that initial curve up and then down. That's like just in front of that part where it starts to curve down is where like a lot of the lift is created. So I'd assume that even kind of creates a torque on it to like tilt it up, right? But if that force is felt in front of it, then yeah. I think once I really get into it, I need to do more research and so I can fully understand exactly how lift force is really created as part of like an entire understanding of what about the shape makes that happen. What about the shape makes that happen? What about the motion of the air makes it happen near the front of the shape? All that. There is like a simplification with the assumption that you just have like an ideal airfoil shape. So you can just simplify it down to literally computing a drag and lift force independently. And you would just apply those to whatever body you want. But here, you can see the shape of this blade is just an angled plane. So I suppose in this case, I really wish I understood what the other lines were. But these two lines, also the debug is kind of, or it seems like it's rendering behind the shape for some reason, like one frame behind it. Like if I have my mouse here, it's like I don't know, it's strange. And then they're like recording at 30 FPS. Even though I'm playing in 60 FPS, this is definitely like 30 or something. The recording is, I don't know. Something strange is happening here with the render. But this line is the drag force on this, like the top face that's facing up. And this very large red line here is the main blade of it. So I suppose in their case, this is enough. If you're constantly applying a torque to it, it will pull forward. But the other thing is there's an additional force behind the blade constantly that's also pulling it up. Which I would like to make sure that I include that, so because that force isn't insignificant. It is, at least as I understand it, where almost all of the lift actually comes from. It's not from just your angle of attack, it's almost entirely from angle of attack affects it, but a lot of the force is also happening above it.
Forces on the rotating blades. While our air drag effects are very satisfying to watch, there is something missing. One thing the Arctic environment wouldn't be complete without. That's wind. We believe wind will play a crucial role in creating an
This isn't really about drag anymore.
environment
This is
that makes the
about
player feel like they're
they
really
have like a
there.
3D vector
So we made
field
no compromises
for wind.
and developed a completely dynamic wind system capable of having as many different wind sources as we need, with the ability to control each one separately. This works for both particle effects and physics objects, and is spread across three-dimensional space, not just a cross-section. Wind gusts, tornadoes, air vents, helicopter downdraft, vehicle disruptions, all these effects are achievable, and you can bet your crowbar we won't settle for anything less. But how do we achieve all this? Well, the wind system works by changing the orientation, intensity, and location of vector fields in the world. A vector field is like a 3D grid, and on each point of the grid there is a vector which describes the speed and direction of wind at that point. This allows for any place in the world to have a unique wind speed calculated from the closest grid points in the location. Each grid can describe anything from a simple one-way wind field to a tornado. By using animations that move, rotate, and scale these grids, along with varying their intensity, we can do almost anything we want. Any number of these animations can be applied to a field, and all of them can change while you're swinging furiously through the air trying to defend yourself against a head crab that just got blown towards your face by a gust of wind.
Also, as a comment, I thought was great. Make these physics more realistic and very complex. Haha, I shoot zombie. You always gotta keep in mind what you're actually making.
The wind system works in tandem with air drag to produce realistic movement in windy conditions for any physics objects that might be around. In addition, it can even be applied to objects without a mesh, meaning things like bullet impact effects, smoke clouds, and sparks can all get blown around in the wind. As you might expect, we can also denote areas such as the insides of buildings that aren't affected by wind. In this example, instead of powering our propeller to lift it off the ground, we can use our wind system to blow it, causing it to rotate. This all sounds very cool, but does it require a supercomputer to run? Well, based on the data from our public performance test, the answer is definitely not. Well,
So this is a better
sounds
look.
very cool, but blow it, causing it to rotate.
What is this? I'm assuming every one of these lines is on a face, but that face is also the line itself is rendered on an edge of the face. But it's every face gets one rendering on one of its edges. It's like, what is happening here? Why are there so many faces there?
This all sounds very cool, but does it require a supercomputer to run? Well, based on the data from our public performance test, the answer is definitely not. As previously mentioned, we already have two modes to optimize for cube-shaped meshes, but this isn't enough to ensure the player won't experience frame rate issues if there are, for example, hundreds of air drag objects in the area. A few hundred faces on each, and pretty quickly your PC is on fire. To avoid this, we do several things to optimize the system. As modern computing is evolving and we are
Minecraft.
getting more and more cores on processors, it is
Is that how they say it's like a cube? They call it Minecraft?
becoming ever more important to make use of all of them. Because of this, forces for each mesh face and wind speed calculations are done in parallel. This greatly decreases the amount of time it takes to update object motion in each frame, enabling us to simulate many meshed objects at a time without noticeably decreasing the frame rate for low numbers of objects. Aside from making sure the calculations themselves are as efficient as possible, we ignore the faces that are not traveling headfirst relative to the environment. We also skip faces that are traveling slower than a certain speed. On top of this, we will create optimized mesh variants to be used by air drag, which will have the lowest possible triangle count while staying physically accurate. This will bring the highest improvement of all, since halving the number of triangles also halves the number of forces that need to be calculated. As a result, in most scenarios, the AirDrag system will not impact the frame rate of the game because many setups are limited by the graphics card and not the processor. Here's a stress test I did with 777 objects. It runs pretty well in our test, so you can be pretty confident that this will not cause spontaneous combustion in your system. We can always decrease the frequency.
This one is really cool.
Spontaneous combustion. It runs pretty well in our test, so you can be pretty confident that this will not
Just like
cause
pick one of these to
spontaneous
look at and
combustion
watch
in
it. This one.
your system. We can always decrease the
It's just
frequency at which
it just
the
looks so cool
movement
how that
calculated
falls.
to open up more CPU headroom at the cost of realism.
It's all like really
It
light
doesn't take
wood,
any CPU
kind
power
of.
to process though, or GPU particle effects. These are what
Lightweight
we'll
wood
be using
boards.
for pretty much all environmental effects: snow, dust, rain, stuff like that. While highly efficient in terms of the number of particles they can render, the beauty of GPU particle systems is each particle can move on its own way, and in Project Borealis that means each snowflake, every dust particle and raindrop can feel a different wind force. We can make gunshots and explosions actually move dust or falling snow in a shockwave, and because our AirDrag system uses the same wind input, any physics objects around the distortion can feel that shockwave and react to it like a real pressure wave. For example, a metal plate facing the explosion will be blown away very far, while one turned to its side will barely move at all. I think I just about covered it. That was our wind and AirDrag system, or WADS as I like to call it. With so many ideas already possible, we are looking at extending the system further, improving performance even more by utilizing low-level CPU instruction sets for parallel vector computing, which promises improvements by a factor of 4 or even more. There are also more features planned to better integrate the system with all other gameplay aspects, like sound for example. Before that though, there are two important things that we'd like to add soon which the system does not support yet.
This is not, as far as I'm aware, the source code is not actually available to look at. So I'm actually just interested here because this is actually the start of it. I was more just wanting to see, like, what do they do when they get to their, like, this mess of methods. Actually, yeah, I remember. They said that they don't even use this. They don't even use that. Yeah, they don't show it. I wonder if I could ask him. It's 6 years old. Actually, yeah, do they have... GitHub? Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. Later today, I'm gonna go ask on their Discord server if it even still exists. It's possible it might not. And see if they have a source available for it. Because, I mean, even right at the start. Wow, YouTube is just barely functional software. Open source it right here it's on their notes, open source. As far as I can see, it's not right now. The most I get is just their paper on it, which is just kind of a little nuts. And hard to follow. Mainly because of the equation spam. It's kind of crazy. Also, this was something that I don't know if I mentioned it. I think my sort of my analogy is like you take a table and you just start dumping sand on it. You're going to end up with sort of like a pile in the middle of the table, and then you're going to have like a flow of slower sand coming off the sides, and then you have the fast sand that's just kind of like bouncing off and missing everything, just falling straight down. I think that's what they're trying to model here, where sort of depending on like the size of it, there's a reduction in the amount of air resistance incurred, because the air in front of you, just in front of your shape, is actually taking some of that force away. It probably only really becomes an effect when you are moving at significant portions of the speed of sound. Like, I might even just throw out a guess and say at least like 20% of the speed of sound is when it probably starts to become a significant amount. Most things are not going to be moving that fast. But if they are, then it becomes part of it. Also becomes part of it as like pressure, ambient pressure. Because even air that's not really moving, it's like stationary in front of you, the molecules are all still moving and applying pressure on all sides. So if you have a vacuum behind you, that pressure basically just becomes an additional force. Very cool. Well, that's that. I will be right back. I am back. Joints. Here was one realization that I had. I don't know when I had it, but it's possible that because a joint could be at the end of a chain, there could be a lot of motion happening. It could just so happen that in the middle of one of these corrections that the force calculated is too much. Right? It calculates that it has too much force to fix. However, it may be that ultimately by the end of it, the amount that I had to correct by was not that much. Say because some joint higher up the chain has moved enough to allow this one to require less force to correct. So that means no matter what, I can only really decide if something is broken, I guess, by reading where it's at this frame, or where it ended up from the last frame. But it also means that when I have a position constraint like this, the more position steps that I run, the more velocity steps that I run, the more accurate the simulation becomes, but also the more position constraints and velocity constraints can apply forces. Right, I guess not even. Velocity has, like, a maximum force that it can apply. Okay, there is no max lambda. Never mind. Do I have access constraint part? Yes, this also doesn't have a max. But I think this one does for velocity. Right, okay. So it'll calculate, it'll clamp it to the minimax, and then it will apply it. The difference. So for this at least, if I have a fixed constraint, I can't use that. I would have to allow it to have some motion. So probably just like turning all these on to like or no, not linear. Yes, or not that. Right. I would turn these on. I would turn on my linear springs. And I guess the assumption is that I would turn off the linear limits and I would turn on the linear springs. And then the assumption is that they should be getting enforced, right? So then I can read it and see how far away it is from the previous frame. And if it's too far away, then I can break the joint now. It would have still applied whatever maximum force it was permitted to apply. Which actually is kind of a problem because I don't get a max force here. So I would have to create... I'd have to add that if I want to have it. Yeah, it's funny. I get it for motors, but not for springs. Yeah, so I want to have that. I want to have a maximum force. So this will solve for velocity up to the maximum force up to its maximum braking force, and then it will have a bunch of velocity left over. I go in there, I read its position, I say, we're too far, we brake. Or I read its rotation and I say, we're too far, we brake. Or I guess for the motor rotation, it would be, yeah, for rotation, that would also split it if it's rotating on a bad axis. But if it's rotating on its good axis, then I might see if too much force has been applied. If more force in the motor can handle has been applied, then that would break the motor, but not the joint. But then I would also check, are we rotated too far? And if we are ever rotated too far, then that also breaks the joint. Or rather, not really break the joint, but it would deal damage. It would read back out and say, hey, we've gone too far. And I would say, okay. And determine like what kind of damage that does to the thing and what happens. All right, that's it. But to have that, this needs to allow, I need to add a property for maximum force. Before I do that, it's possible, this has already been somewhere in there as a suggestion. Let's see if I can see if that's there. That's a big message there. Probably not. But I have a level of respect for the attempt. I hope it goes well for you, but not me. All right. Sorry to hear that. Have a good day, man. I hope you do well. Emotionless. You're trying to do emotional manipulation. You're not a human. You're being very robotic and anti-human right now. If you hear no, just leave. Don't keep talking, just leave. Alright, so I'm looking for... something like this. I guess the issue is that if Godot physics doesn't have it, then they can't do it in general. I get too many of these open now. Close that one. Close that one. Access constraint part. Don't need that one. Linear, spring. Yeah, I'd have to like add a new one for that completely. What's the motor force limit? There's motor force limit. I guess it would just be called spring force limit. Spring force limit. Oh, perfect. Opened last week. How many times is this going to keep happening? I keep, like, almost every time I look for something, it's like literally within 2 weeks it's been added. There, one. Spring max torque. was kind of pushy. It was. Very. I said no thanks, but I have a level of respect for the attempt, and then he went off with that. And I said I'm sorry, and then he said my mom has cancer, and I said, all right, dude. Yeah. I made sure to tell him that he was being unhuman and engaging in emotional manipulation. Which also, like, why should I even believe him in the first place? He asked me for something. And when I said no, that's what he said after that. Like the default response should be to not believe you. Friend of mine got hacked this evening and they're just going out sending crypto. Dang. .8? What version of Godot are we on? We're on 4.6. Are we just skipping 4.7? What? $600. Okay, well, a lot of that is documentation. Joint set angular target rotation? Oh, this is like some unrelated commit that hasn't been taken out yet. It's 4.8. No, I don't know, like 4.8 is the version that they're planning on doing this release in. They're doing this one in. Has it still not been force pushed? This is still not. The thing is that, you know what's funny? I'm pretty sure I've actually seen this commit. And I looked at this proposal, or this PR that has this commit for giving a target rotation and it using that instead of Euler rotations. Okay. So linear drive force limits. What? Maybe it got carried over. Well, no, I mean, it's I think it's just they're probably already. I would assume what that means is, even though this commit was like this PR was like a week ago, or since it was just a week ago, they probably already have everything that they want to add for 4.7. So they're just delaying it to 4.8, since they already. That's my guess. They probably already know what they're doing for 4.7. But I'm sure I can copy this in and use it right now. It just sucks because there's a lot of this. There's some code in here that I just isn't fixed. Is something missing here? Seems like something is missing here. I'm seeing there's experimental releases for 4.7. Yeah. Yes, they've already. It's called like feature lock. It seems like something is missing here. Something is definitely missing here. He did a force push, like he didn't fix it. All right, when did he do it? Whoops. Wrong way. Here. I want to leave a comment. How recent was it? 11 hours ago. Force push is a thing with AI code. I'm guessing this force push was intended to remove it, but it didn't. So unless it was, I don't know, but this is like days ago. What version is this one for? Oh, he even made this one. Yeah, I literally had looked at this one. I don't remember what I was looking at it for. Did they have a number on this one? 4.8. All right, I'm gonna leave a comment. and say, pretty please, could you remove that commit so I can pull it to my side and run it. Let me check that it's not also something weird, possibly. I'm gonna look at each one of these commits individually to see if they contain a certain thing. Why does it seem like there's a lot more in here than the actual thing has at the end? Or did I just not look at it all? Okay. Is that nice that they will listen? Not sure if I'm supposed to feel that. well, I'm gonna be saying like, hey, I want to use this code. Can you just please get rid of that? Right. I left him a comment. Ooh! Ooh, look at this. Contributor. It says I'm a contributor. What did I do? I don't remember what I did. I think my contribution was deleting like 3 lines of code so far. Just deleted a couple lines of code. Okay. Alright. Well, I'm definitely going to need that to be able to even know if a joint has exceeded whatever limitations I set for it. And there's literally a commit right now. Bug Squad edit. It's Bug Squad. Okay. All right. What can I do now without that? I mean, I don't think I was that far enough even to have, like, destruction yet. I'm still just making the joints even exist in the first place. So I set those, and then I can return if I could ever type. Return joint data. All the data is set. And then up here, I get it, I append it. And then now I have to go through each one of these, remove them. I don't do worry with that. So I have to do this stuff. I have to fix the paths. So I need to know, yep. Right, so I store just a reference to each node. Reparent all bodies. I have to save that before I can move them, so I have to joint body reparent. Update all joint paths. Body joints. Like that. Godot wipes owners after reparenting. Okay, I don't really care about that. Can I say joint data? These are all guaranteed to exist, so I can just say okay. Those all get set up. Right. So that should now handle this. And I guess I should just hit run and see if I get a bug, which I do. Invalid type. Argument run. What? Joint target. Oh, I do have the wrong thing. I'm looking for joint to target to parent. Yeah. That's what I was looking for. Okay, the leg is gone. Parent is busy setting up children. Oh. Huh? What? Joint body is busy. But I have to do that now. But I have to do that now. Alright, I guess I get it. So, if not has bodies return, what I will do is I will say set up body joints called deferred. Syntax to true. And has bodies will not be set until this is done at the bottom. But also if this is 0, I'm just done. But then before I'm done, I have to set joints here. So I have to say assign to that one, and then we're done. Okay, cool. Awesome. All right. So now it's running there. Oh yeah. Actually, I would kind of like that commit to have this one as well. Because I'm actually going to use it like right now. I'm definitely going to use this one immediately to do this. So maybe I shouldn't have asked him. I don't know. I mean, either way, it has to be removed before they can do this commit. Picking commit secure at the grocery store. Yeah. Could I just add this now? All right, how do I do this? How do I... I think what I do... Yeah, okay. Let me... I'm just gonna go big mode really quick. I'm just gonna log in. Because I think what I do is... I create a pull request to my... I make a pull request on my repository for his branch, and then I pull it, and then I run it on my side. All right. Um... Wait, what? 2,000 commits behind? No, that makes sense. Pull request. Why is this open? Why is it open? So I have to do... this... this... and then I would copy... that, and then paste. I don't know how this works. I don't know how the formatting at the top works. Oh, wait, no, I think I get it. Does that work? Cannot automatically merge. Okay. I think what I do is I need to take this pull request. I need to copy the fork. I need to copy this branch to my repo. How can I do that? Can I just do like new branch? Okay. 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 Um, wait, am I right? Can I just do that? Oh yeah, get remote add. Okay. Okay. Git fetch a branch. Wait, did I have to say the branch? Yeah, sure, whatever. All right, cool. And then I can create a branch from it, but I don't think I want to create a branch from it. What I want to do then is I want to go here and I want to get the specific commits that I want. So it's going to be these three, I think. Okay. But I need to do an order. Conflict. Deleted by us. Okay. Really? This was a conflict? Okay, good, there's more conflicts. Wait, why is everything a conflict? These are not conflicts. What's the conflict? This is just a totally normal update. What? How are these conflicts? It's literally just looking at an empty line and saying, oh, we added these lines. That's a conflict. What are you talking about? Huh? Wait, what? This is what was there. This is what is coming in. But that's not in here. So now I'm extra confused. This is the wrong... Am I crazy? Okay. I'm looking at the wrong commit. What is happening? Generic 6 DUF joint 3D. Godot. Jolt. Jolt. Generic. Okay. I guess it's that the commit added this, but then there's this extra piece here. And it's like, are you sure you want that? Yes, I'm sure I want that. I guess that's what it is. The changes are technically doing more than the commit says they are doing. Set param x. So what's the problem? Dang. Can I really not get this commit? Because there's a variable here. There's a variable here that I'm sure is not actually there. Oh wait, it's right there. No. What? Wait. Angular target rotate. Oh my god. What? What? All right. Okay. I suppose for the moment I can't untangle that. So I'm just gonna pull the whole thing. Yeah. I was thinking since it was a different commit I could just pull it, but I clearly cannot. I do actually have to start there. Yeah, alright, cool. It just goes right in. Really? Oh, it's because I just modified it, isn't it? Okay, it's just some old... Yeah, alright, it's just that. I'm assuming what this line is technically this is supposed to be included whenever you do bind methods, but they just forgot to do that. Somehow. Get cherry pick continue. Oh. Death Adder 98. Silly git. I have to run a build, so let me double check that I have things set correctly. Oh, this is not even where I set it. Production. Okay, good. Okay. All right, well, today's a compile day. And I had counted 14 days. It's pretty good. Mm. Hey, Yulia. What? What happened? New drama? In the chat history? Um, Here's what I'm wondering. So they say motor and spring mode, but I want I want both. But I want both. Right, yeah. I said probably not, but I have some respect for the attempt. And then that was he sent the rest of that afterwards. I was like, all right, dude. This is the guy from yesterday. One thing I noticed that was kind of funny is they made their account and they said that their birthday is the day that they made the account. Which I thought was interesting. Update spring parameters. No limit. Update motor limit. Limit is motor limit. If motor enabled on the axis, we use a motor. If spring enabled, we use the spring. Oh. Translation motor active. Motor state off. Jeez, dog. Okay. Oh yeah, like 4 people all showed up at the same time and followed me at the same time just so I could pass 170 followers. And then they unfollowed and left. I also was questioning them if I was in the process of being follow botted, because 3 followers within a few seconds of each other is just, that's too many. Something's happening, right? So I was trying to figure out what was happening. All right, I'll be right back. I'm back. Might have been a kid dealing with MC syndrome. Yeah. About that, he said I'm a bad streamer, I have no charisma, and and he said I went from 3 viewers to 8 viewers back to 3 while he was watching. And probably some other stuff. Gilia asked, how old are you? Oh man, hang on. I hadn't even I was still reading it and I hadn't even thought of how to respond to it yet. He asked how old he was, and then he types 12. The problem with that is I basically have an obligation to ban and report them for being underage as soon as they say that. I can't be like, oh, you're joking. I just have to. So the silver lining, I did get to ban somebody. Also, the account is 2 years old. The account was 2 years old, so if he was telling the truth, then he was 10 when he made the account. And had it for 2 years. That's just really silly. Is this done? Yep. Well, I don't know, because the thing is, he didn't say, no, I'm not actually 12. He said, that would be a loss, please don't ban me. I was like, I don't know. So who knows? Either way, the thing is, I at least that's how I understand it. I have to ban and report somebody if they say that. I've heard that it could still happen to people who are obviously not that young. If I were to go to someone else's Twitch chat and say I'm 12, I could probably have my account suspended for that. Just for saying it. Is that all? That's probably all good, right? Yeah. Twitch streamers I could guess by the charm or charisma at this point. I mean, honestly, I don't really care either. I want to see them doing something interesting. And not sitting in streamer mode. Trying to be an entertainer. Got my Tinder nuked with that? What? Dude. I hope that's a joke. Weird past era when you being a streamer was a big deal. You had to entertain. Yeah. I mean, in some senses, like if streaming is your source of income, you should like take it seriously and be an entertainer. Or try to do things that are entertaining. But also not to take it too far as to be insincere. Because at the same time, people want to be entertained, but they also want you to be like a person. Where am I right now? Right, I was... Solve velocity constraint. Translation constraint? Solve what? Huh. I believe that especially when you're streaming software development, real entertainment is less important. Yeah. I mean, at least for me, like, what I was doing is I would look for someone just to, like, kind of... I don't know, I kind of wanted to treat it like music, but also because I was interested in seeing what other people were making. It seems like very few people are doing it regularly and just, like, relaxed. Coming at a bad time, I was looking. Twitch streamers and Coda Glimpse, Tmux. Do you have dot files for that? I don't have anything set up in that way. Like, I don't have a GitHub for it. But it's fine. I'm always good to chat for a bit. I want to leave that open. I'm looking for... No. Oh yeah, because it's like a... Wait. So those are springs. Motor settings. What am I looking for? I'm looking to see if I can apply spring and motor at the same time. There's motor translation, motor rotation. And then I do translation constraint. Okay. So when I set... I'm looking for... Looking for this. Update limit spring parameters. Set limits spring settings. Constraint. Set limits spring settings. Wait, what? Update on this axis. Okay. Limit spring settings on the axis to that value. Cache has spring limits. So is it set up velocity constraint? Motor settings. I'm just trying to see exactly where it's copied to both. All right. What is this comment? Was it support enabling both at the same time? Unclear which parameters we would use. That's my question. But it looks like when it runs, it does both at the same time. If the translation motor is active, we solve it. And then right here. Is translation constrained? Maybe is translation constrained is returning false if a motor is active. No, it's not. But I still want to see specifically where motor translation constraint part. Translation axis constraint active. If constraint active, run that. Motor, run that. It looks like it's really doing both of them at the same time. Like I said, I just want to see the part where it's actually writing both. When I set that, get limits spring settings. Limit spring settings. In settings, motor settings. Why is it the same? Where is it the same? Use torque limit instead. Right. It's a very large value. Use of both the spring drive and angular motor. Okay, I don't know. Is this enough to see? Is it just enough to see that they both run solve? That it's not like secretly disabled or something in between. Okay, there it is. Set motor state. Oh wait, no, that's motor translation. Never mind. I thought that was like okay. Hang on. Still possibly good. It only deactivates it if the constraint is literally not active. Which would mean... is fixed axis... It's just true. If it's not... free axis... that is also true. Okay. With settings. Okay, there's the copy. There's the copy. Or is it not? Wait, hang on. I still don't understand. Because it's taking spring settings from the motor settings. Update motor limit. If drive limit Update spring parameters opens this and copies that in there. Update motor limit. Let me see where update motor limit is called. Drive limit changed, we'll call update motor limit. Okay. This line just worries me. If we want to enable both at the same time, it sounds like they already are happening at the same time. But all right. It's there now. So my thinking is linear limit is just left like it is. No. I turn these off because these are like totally restricted, so I turn them off so they can go wherever they want. It's that joint. Then I turn all these values on so they try to stay where they are. I would set stiffness and damping. Which I would just have to calculate to be something. And then linear drive. In newtons, I don't know, I guess I'll just say 100. Okay. All right, so it's already fallen apart and broken. Okay. My assumption is that that's just because the stiffness and damping are really, really low. The mass of the joint is, okay, the mass of, yeah, that is just 1 kilogram. Sure, 1 kilogram. So this is 1 kilogram per meter of displacement, roughly. So maybe I'll just say it needs to at least account for gravity. So it'll be that times 10. But I also want it to be on the scale of like centimeters, or even like millimeters. So times 10 times 1,000. So it's like 10,000 for a kilogram times 10 times 1,000. And then damping, I don't really know. I think what I really would look for is to use their I kind of need a script for it, honestly. Is there a way that I can like create a calculator or something? I mean, I guess I could write one here. I could just have like an export calculator. I'll just say 4. There's some shallow reading in the California bill unexpected. As unexpected passing just means being eligible for voting. Yeah. Generally, state level stuff has to pass a public vote, I think. Which means it'll show up on a ballot for citizens to vote on. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes I don't really know when, like, which one is chosen. Because sometimes it just goes to like their own version of Congress, I guess, to vote, or their own version of the Senate to vote. Right? Do I know my own legal system? My own government structure? That's what assembly votes mean? Assembly vote means? I don't know. I don't know which one that is. I don't know if that's voters or if that's their own, like, version of a Senate. What is it? Hide control? Oh, and I have to make sure that these aren't... Okay. So I have a calculator. Set value. Do all this silly stuff every time. I feel like such a common thing to just do nothing but like run a validation function. They should have something for that. Like instead of doing set, I should have like an on set just to call a function whenever I set it. Okay. Where is it? It's called spring part. Here. There we go. That's stiffness. This is damping. Does copy work? Cool. Cool. Okay. Okay. Why are those not showing up? Let's say okay. Why aren't they updating? Why is it 1 and 0? Oh. Okay. But now they're showing whatever. All right. So my thought here is I would just do something like this. I give it a very high frequency. And then I give it that damping ratio, but maybe this is too high. Maybe it should be a bit lower. Okay. So I will try this. And now what does it look like? It looks like it's on it. Why does it like wobble like this? I'm just kind of wondering if it's something to do with I mean, it was already... Whoa, what? Okay, so that is really funny. I can just push that straight out of place with almost no effort. All right, so... What? 50 is not enough? Okay, so it's probably because to accelerate... No, that's not even the case. Like, if I walk into something heavy, I would... If I walk into something heavy... Okay, let's hang on. I gotta stop this box from flying into it. Okay. All right. Okay. So, is the frequency really not high? Or does the mass just need to be turned up a little bit? I think the effective mass has to stay the same as... Oh wait, this is 4. Hang on. Mass is 1. Okay. So... So it gets higher here, but then the damping goes down. Oh, technically it should be 2 because it's actually... Yeah, it should be 2 because that's the weight of both of them added together. 197,000. I just kind of wonder if this is something too extreme. Yeah, so I can still push it, but it does at least kind of react pretty quickly to me. But I can still definitely just break it by walking into it. So frequency of 50 is not enough. I mean, I'll be honest. I was thinking I might need to go to something crazy. Because essentially what I'm trying to model here is, like, you know, what's the frequency of plastic, right? Or metal. Those have frequencies in like the thousands. So actually, let me look it up. I'm pretty sure when I look up like frequency, it's the same thing as this sort of measure. I mean, I guess not. Frequency here means like what's an oscillation rate, right? So if I think of plastic and I think of like hitting it with a hammer, what is like the wave propagation through plastic, right? What is it? A resonant frequency of like solid plastic. Okay, and core is just still like the weirdest site ever still. They don't know how to make like an actual question board. I guess I'm looking for resonant frequency. Resonant frequency of plastic. Okay, so I'm getting like 100 to 500. I mean, I don't know. At least that's how I understand it. I guess it also depends on... Does it depend on, like, the size? I don't know. A lot of factors. All right, I'll start with... Actually, I'll just go up to 500. And see what happens. I'm basically just adding a 0 to it, yeah. And it might be the case where... Oh, it's gonna freeze. It's a funny frame to freeze on. It might also be a thing where I should probably go in there and look at damping, and... Why can I not? Crazy. Where... I should increase the damping to be something high, right? Okay, I can still just totally push this. So... My understanding with that is it means there's not sufficient this. It is technically a velocity thing, but I guess it's also a position thing. So I don't know, what if I did that? I just brought up the 10. Whoa. I just feel like I shouldn't be able to break it like this, right? Like that shouldn't be possible. And maybe it's even a fact of the main body might have too much weight on it as well. So it also kind of has, okay, the main body has a mass of 10. Do one of these have like a really high mass? Like, what's going on there? What if I set damping to... Yeah, what if I just added 2 zeros to damping? Hey, Danilin. Look at that. What is this? Neat. But I don't know. Neat. Baby steps. What the heck is Playdate? What is this supposed to be? Is there a crank? There's a crank on it? Is this a Game Boy with like a crank on the side? That's exactly what this is. Yeah, okay. Yeah, sure. Free to use in personal, educational, and commercial projects. CC0. Very cool. Isn't triangle yellow? Oh, it is green. Why did I think it was yellow? Has it ever been yellow? They really try to be Nintendo. Am I just getting confused with Xbox's Y? All right, I'm gonna assume it's always been green, and I just misremembered and got mixed up with Xbox. What are these? There's a square. That's pretty cool. There we go. I got it. It's saved. Okay, I jumped up damping by a huge amount. A huge amount and a number in the same way. Yeah, see, this should just push the robot immediately. That should just like whip the robot. What if I did this? What if I went really crazy? Do I get a better result now? Nope. In fact, it seems like it pushes slower. Oh my gosh, go away. How? These are such large values. Oh. Yep. Okay, there we go. There we go. Now I can't break it. In fact, I kick it really hard. All right, let's look up shear force. Shearing force of plastic. Am I thinking of the right word? Is it shear? I don't be thinking about the right word. There's something funny about plastic. The word plastic. There's plastic deformation. No, there's elastic deformation and plastic deformation. Technically, I want to know when plastic deforms plastic. Plastic deformation force of plastic. I don't even know. Like, how would I plasticity of plastic? Like 10,000 is enough now for me to kind of push it, and it doesn't do anything. So let me get probably a better frequency in here. Let me go back down to... Let me go back to 20. $10,000 newtons might also just be too much. Yeah, right. I can see it. I can see it pulling off, but it's not so bad. Let me go back to 5 and 10 to see if that's... Whoa. It kind of seems like it is applying too much force. The thing is, it's also not really acting back on me. At a chair on the spider and you just have a spider rider. To resist me walking into it, I can move at... I can apply an acceleration of... What's my speed? Five meters per second times 100 kilograms. I can apply... I mean, it's just those two numbers, right? 5 times 100. That's 500 kilograms. But that is applied in like an instant. That's like an instantaneous impulse. So I would have to multiply that by another 100 to get an instantaneous like maximum force. So 500 times 100, so that'd be like 500,000? Wait, no. 5 times 100, 500 times 100. Yeah, 500,000. Stiffness is also applied per meter of displacement. Oh, wow. Come on. There we go. Fixed. Yeah, so it's pretty clear that I kind of apply it as like an instantaneous impulse. But I guess what gets me is that it has such a dramatic impact on the entire structure like this. I guess it will change when I have the legs doing a better job at applying friction, because right now I don't think the legs even apply friction. Maybe they do? I mean, it just seems weird because of like how I hit it. It doesn't really push back on me. Is there a way that I could make it push back on me? Also, I think I can probably go ahead and check through here and do like... So I think I get the joints global transform. And then I know... I get the relative transform. I just want to see if I'm already at the point where like sometimes I can hit it and it tells me like dealing damage or like how many frames that is. Or if other times I can like push it lightly and it won't do that. Because I should have enough. I should have everything I need now to figure that out. Oh, thanks for following Derusol, if I said that right. I think I would like to know, or would like to have some kind of setup where I actually could put the player in control of a crawler somehow. That would be fun, I think. But I don't know if that'll be in the game. So I have a relative transform, which is the transform of the body where it should be relative to the global transform. So how does this work? The transform... I have two of these things open that I don't need. Pretty sure it's an access constraint part. Translation, access constraint part. How does this solve position constraint? Okay. Oh, here it is. Error. Error is the axis is a fixed axis u dot translation axis minus the m limit min translation axis. Okay. Constraint to body one. Get position constraint properties. So U is the actual value. P2 minus P1. Get center of mass transform times local space position 1. Local space position 1. Inverse center of mass transform. Okay, I don't have to follow exactly everything how they do it. I can just do it myself. So I'm just interested in knowing what this even looks like. What does this even look like? So joints has 5. How are there 5? Oh. Wait, what? How are there 5? I should have 3. And I have 5. Okay, the first 2 are identical. Those 2 are identical. Why are they identical? Okay, so I got 6, and then I added 5 and 4 twice. Okay. So maybe let's see why that is wrong. I'll just step through this. Because it just means I do a make and then I add it. Oh. So whenever so the color of make has to append. The color of make has to append. And before you can call make, you have to check that it doesn't already exist. Right. It still has 5. Okay, so then someone else is still calling append without checking. There's only 2 calls. Are those true? How? Because what happens is it runs. Oh man. Oh. It calls make joint data from bone target. This will then go. I mean, the first one it added was 4, right? So it adds 4. And then it gets to 5. It calls this on 5. Five gets all the way down here. Determines that... Oh. That's the wrong one. Wait, no. Let's test if this target is already loaded. So I'm actually looking for joint target parent. Jeez. That's what I'm looking for. Yawning is making me yawn. Yeah. That is how it works. Okay, cool. Now there's only 3. Alright, good. So I was adding it twice because I was checking it wrong there. But also I have to check it here anyway because I could call make and it would make like 3 and then I get to the next one and then it would already be there. Okay, but that much is good. Alright. Now there's 3 joints. Joint data. So the body transform is... Huh? That can't be right. Oh, maybe it is right because the shape is offset. Okay, so yeah, that's actually right. But then relative to the parent is this. So what does this mean? I guess basically what I'm looking for is drawing a vector from where the joint should be on the parent to where the joint should be on the body, right? That's what I want. I want to draw that vector. Is that what these are then? That's actually correct. It is... affine inverse times my global transform, which is to invert it. So this one is telling me that the body should be in the same position and rotation, not even rotation, but at least the same position. No. I do need it like that. I need to know. No, that's just definitely wrong. Is it? I guess it's not. No, but it is. Because this has some rotation transform. I don't understand why we're using the inverse of that transform. I thought it was just taking the transform, multiplying it by my transform, but it's the inverse. Need to go on a whiteboard? Down a rabbit hole. Alright. Yeah. You take care as well. What does it mean? What does it mean? Yeah, right. Okay. What I'm looking for is the body's global transform relative to my, yeah, so I don't want this in fight. I don't want the affine inverse there. I just want to read like that. I want it like that. So now I should get okay. So that's not really correct. Why? I don't know, are they right? Like, is it supposed to be that? Because I see now why that didn't work, because technically this math starts on this one. I mean, I don't know. I get better values at least here. These are relative translations. I guess I'm just not sure what to do with it. Let me look at this. So this is the origin that I get from there. Let me save both values. Put it here so I can at least click, and I can at least see it here, so I don't have to click back and forth to check. Alright, so then I go here and then I check this body. Or I guess maybe this joint. Okay, now I've got it. If I were to add a marker 3D and I were to give it these coordinates, okay, no, that's just a crazy value. What is that? Okay, maybe it's meant to be more like... Wait. No, it's exactly the same value. Is this supposed to be out here? Okay. Okay. Now I see. The parent is this, which is that one. So relative to the parent, this is the position relative to the parent that the joint exists on the parent. Okay. And then, all right. That's what I needed. Okay. That's what I needed. So now I have that. So then I have I would have a coordinate at 0. I would take the transform of is it just taking like a vector's like a 0 vector, translating it by the parent, then translating it by this? And this is the position that the joint should be at on the parent. And then I take the body, I translate something by the body, and then I translate it by this, by its relative value, and then I get where it should be. Okay. I'm getting it. Just like a stab on my shoulder. So I would take the joint data, parent, global transform. I would take the parent RT and translate it by this. Then I have the body RT, and joint data, body, global transform. And then I have the a transform delta. So this would basically be this should encode a rotation and a translation to match, to go from relative from the body's perspective, perhaps. Let me see. I think I'm understanding. I think I should be understanding it now. What is this? It calculates them separately. And constraint the body. Get rotation and constraint space. Rotation of constraint, awesome. Very descriptive, thanks. Let B1, B2 be the center of mass transform of body 1 and body 2. C1 and C2 be the transform that takes a vector from constraint space to local space. What is constraint space? I don't know. I would really just have to sit here and follow this math for a while. Axis x1, axis y1, cross to get the z. I create a quaternion from that. And then I say like, what is instead of m axis 1? Shifted ref. Local ref A? P local ref. Right. I'm getting a little bit sick of this. With the back and forth to see who is setting the value and who's reading the value. So I'm gonna go and call it there for today. But close, getting close. I can now set. I'm just getting closer, right? I'm always getting closer. I'm gonna go ahead and start by I'm gonna end by committing what I've got because it runs right now. I've got one of the joints that I really want to be testing. I can push it. It totally freaks out. It's probably just stuff with drag or friction might be a thing. Yeah, that just seems kind of like insane. Yeah, I'll figure it out. But I should be ready to... I'll go ahead and push, because I like those changes. And I can always bring them back in 0.7, because apparently that's going to be happening soon. That's pushed. So annoying just with all the random transform stuff. Delete this marker 3D, which was a test. Physical skeleton added to the end. I'm not saving any of the calculator values. Good. I think I actually have this rotation edit mode turned on. Or something. Wait, why is it saving that? Why is it saving all that? Why does it have so many values here? That's insane. Why are there so many values? What the hell? Nothing else has that. Why is it saving all of that? What is going on? I don't think any of that should be saved. Actually, literally none of that should be saved. Why are you saving that? Try again, please. Load the scene back up and don't. I hit save and it won't save that. Okay, no, this has got to be a joke. That can't be right. I'm gonna go manually edit that out. Looking for line 646. I'm literally gonna edit all of this out. None of this should be there. That's like all it needs. It doesn't even need to have active or influence, because those are the default values. It only needs those two values. What? I just know for a fact that I'm gonna end up committing this. I'm gonna come back later, and it's gonna have all of it deleted. It's gonna realize that it didn't need all of that, and it's gonna delete it. I swear, it's gonna do it. Why is it saving all of that? That's crazy. All right, I'm going to try setting visible to... I'm going to try flipping visible on and off. Like, none of that should be saving. Okay. I don't know. I don't know why that happens. Is it possibly caused by one of these existing that it does that it does this? What is there's one that's called like usage and no storage. Okay, what are the values? Huh. Strange. I just don't understand that. None of that should be saved. Like, especially not visibility parent. Like, that's just ridiculous. Top level and visibility parent being saved is ridiculous. Why? Okay. Whatever. I know for a fact it's just going to delete that eventually. Because I feel like I've seen that before. It's just so annoying. All right. All right. Also, using new force limits for physical skeleton modifier node will create and load rigid bodies or bones on a connecting joints or bones on a skeleton. And track offsets and apply motor forces to match a physical body to the actual skeleton pose. Okay. All right. Okay, everything's sent. Good. All right. What's up? All right, well, that's it for today. Thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. Goodbye.